Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. The last thing that a Tickle Me Elmo gets from the factory is 2 test tickles. 2 test tickles. 2 testicles. Testing. Let's ascertain that we are live. Let's ascertain that we are live. We are live. Okay. We are live indeed. Happy Sunday, everyone. It is April the 21st. 420 was yesterday. Happy birthday, Adolf Hitler. My week was a week. It was very weekly, very weekish, all weeked out. Weekendus Maximus is upon us. So, good times, good times. Obviously, we're playing some Skyrim today. I'm finally getting to the end of this god-awfully long mod content. This guy created an entire island map. I mean, the map itself, obviously, is a little slapped together. It's very rectangular, and it looks artificial, but there's a lot of quests here, and it's been quite a journey getting all these things done so I can leave this place and never come back. Fortunately, there's no longer a merchant here for me to sell my things to because I had to hack her to bits with my hatchet because apparently she hired some toughs to kill me because I stole from her this one time. It was an accident. I just was looking at something and I used the use button and it stole it, and she saw me steal it, and so she wanted me to be punished. And despite all the money I've made her buying things from her and selling great things to her that she could sell to other people, she took that personally. And at level 1, I'm fighting these guys, and I literally had to use God mode just not to get, my face beaten in. It was a whole debacle. As far as I know, I'm rounding out one of the final quests in this expansion that this person created. I honestly think you should check it out. I don't remember the name of the mod, but I can actually probably find that out real quick. I believe it's Falskar is the name of it. Yeah, Falskar. I believe that's the name of the mod as well. This guy, you go into what look like Dwemer ruins, and then you find this thing and you put it in a little pedestal that it goes into, and it opens up a portal. And when you step out of the portal on the other side, you're in Falskar. It's a whole new place, separate from Skyrim. You can travel back and forth to and from Skyrim from here. They got all kinds of stuff. Nothing too incredibly unique, just more of what you experience with these guys. What are they called? The Draugrs, Necromancers. There's this whole little subplot going on. But it's more content for the game and gives you something new. I think you can get a house over here too and live over here if you want to. Some quests and whatnot. So definitely check that out. If one guy created all of this, that's pretty impressive. Today we are drinking Busch Light in addition to caffeine and other things. As per usual, it's getting more and more normal for me to be drinking Busch Light during my streams. I'm not sponsored by Busch Light, by the way, and the opinions and views expressed in my podcast are not necessarily shared or endorsed by Busch Beer, Anheuser-Busch, or Busch Light. But I do consider it to be a very good beer. Smooth, easy drinking, clear and bright as mountain air. So I do personally endorse Busch Light, but the views and opinions of Busch Light are not necessarily shared or expressed by my podcast either. There is no sponsorship relationship between us. Conjurer's Potion. I can sell that. I don't ever use half the things that for potions that I pick up. I usually just sell them all. Very few exceptions. Now we are currently using God mode in this playthrough at the moment because I'm overburdened and I have quite the backtrack to go back and sell off anything that I have on me or unload it. So I'm in a bit of a pickle, and so as such, yes, I very much am using a cheat at the moment. But again, this is expressly a consequence of my finite carrying capacity. I mean, it also helps with arrows because you run out of arrows sometimes, and because I am still playing on level 1, I have no better arrows than steel arrows, and every arrow that I find everywhere is like iron arrows to pick up. So it seems the only way around that is to keep at least one steel arrow. And when you have God mode activated, if you shoot, you don't use any ammo. So what you can do is you can preferably something made out of wood, but not necessary. You just shoot this dude. And then you can go pick up all your arrows. And then that's how you keep your arrow supply high. And if you're playing in PC, the opening the console is just the tilde key on the keyboard, and then type in TGM, Tango, Golf, Mike, and press enter. And then press the tilde key again to close your console, and now you're in God mode. The consequences of this is you cannot take damage, fall damage, attack damage, anything. You don't use ammunition. This works across all Todd Howard titles. So we're talking Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4, Oblivion, Skyrim, all of them, same thing, TGM, that's all you need to know. If you ever get stuck in the map for some reason, like you can't jump out of a corner, there's another good command that's good to know. It's tilde key TCL, that's Tango, Clam Chowder, and Lemons, TCL. And that will then press enter and then exit with the tilde key. That'll turn on no clipping mode. That allows you to basically move through solid objects. That looks a little something like this, by the way. Yes, you can even go through walls. But you got to be careful with this. You can break your game, so be responsible. And then, of course, you can turn off TCL the same way you turned it on. This is also true for God mode, by the way. You can just re-enter TGM, press enter, and then same thing. Go back to sleep. Okay, that's kind of glitchy, but whatever. Gold necklace, thank you. My sister came over last night and made fajitas, and it was amazing. That was a pleasant surprise and something I don't think any of us expected, but it was most definitely for the win. They were quite delicious, and there was enough for everybody. I had like 6 fajitas. It was wild. And for today, not a whole lot cooking. Got my stream going, and then once this stream wraps up, I'm probably gonna have to at some point this evening go out and fetch refill all the water jugs for drinking water here in the house, and make sure I got everything I need put in my car for this coming week for work. I'm probably gonna vacuum out my car real quick too. It's not necessarily a terribly involved thing. Shouldn't take any real length of time, but it's something you got to do from time to time. I carpool some coworkers, so it gets pretty dirty in there. I was gonna work some do some work on my motorcycle this weekend. It just ended up not happening. And I got like no video game time in until pretty much just now. So we might actually run the stream a little late today, go a little over, take this opportunity to play a few more video games before I hang it up. I don't know. When I come home during the week, I could just drop everything and play video games for a while, but then I end up going to bed later than I want to, and I really need more sleep than what I've been getting, so I've been trying to be more disciplined. Out in the world at large, as far as I know, the news hasn't changed much over the last week. Same shit's going on as always. They're going after the Orange Man in court some more. Court cases against him are really fucking flimsy. Different people feel different ways about that. Some people are angry that the court cases against Orange Man are flimsy. Some people are happy. Depends on how you vote. At the end of the day, it has very little consequences in the long run. Personally, I don't like Democrats or Republicans, so I'm kind of hoping both parties die. Nobody's an issue voter anymore, so it's like you're fucked no matter who you vote for because your candidates aren't issue candidates necessarily. I mean, the Republicans say they care about the border wall, but when they were in the power, they didn't do a thing about it, so there's that. Democrats, like they want this, that, and the other. They're going to make things more affordable for the working man, and then they just increase taxes, so obviously they're full of shit too. So at this point, there's really nobody you can vote for that actually would successfully get into office that would change anything that would help you, and you're just going to get fucked one way or another way, depending on how you vote. I mean, you might be able to have some say over how you get fucked, but you're going to get fucked. So, I mean, for what that's worth, I will be voting this year because Orange Man really pisses people off, and I'm something of a troll, so I'm pretty much using my vote to fucking upset people. That's really all it's about. I don't think they're gonna let Trump win though. Like I don't see that happening. They'll fucking, break 250 years of precedent by going after as a one-time president. So like there's all bets are off. There's law and order doesn't even exist at this point, like you defend yourself and then you fucking go to prison. Some guy murders people, like straight up murders people, and there's evidence they're a murderer, and they don't go to prison. It's like they get let out. Like there's no rule of law anymore. It's all lies. So politics has become pretty much meaningless at this point. You're going to have conflict across the world, and you're going to have diminishing sanity in foreign relations, and it's just kind of par for the course at this point, I feel. There's really no way you can ever turn it around either unless you were to, resume sanity. But, there's a lot of leftism in modern politics, so that's not going to happen. And then the so-called far right aren't even far right. I mean, those fuckers, they don't even want to like stop the slide to the left. They just want the slide to the left to be slower. So are they really far right? I don't feel they are. You're not going to see like the actual realization of straight up xenophobia and closed borders underneath the fucking right. So they're not far right. They might say far right things, but they're not far right. They're not far right in practice. The reality of the matter is that the left and the right are just different speeds of rolling downhill. And how you vote at this point just kind of hinges upon how fast you want to roll downhill towards the inexorable collapse of the life that you know into something more reminiscent of Venezuela. And that's politics, according to Slothy. I don't know. Nonetheless, I don't really have much at stake with all that. I work a lot, and I want to spend any time I have off just chilling. I have a lot of limitations in how much time goes to my actual self, how I prefer to spend it, which is, it's whatever. But I do my best to treat myself. You know what I'm saying? I do my best. That's all you can do. All you can do is do your best. I've started my own business. That's kind of off the ground, but not really. Nothing has fundamentally changed in my work arrangement other than I'm not payrolled anymore. I really kind of would like to see that result in me doing more of the work that I want to do and less of what other people want me to do. I mean, that sounds misleading. I didn't explain that very well. I want to do things with flooring, like concrete repair and replacement, decorative micro toppings and surface treatments, sidewalks and patios and things like that. Yes, I'm cheating and I don't even care. Don't even care. I'm cheating. Yeah, I'm tired of the whole roofing thing. I have no real interest in it. I mean, it's cool to learn new things, don't get me wrong, but like I'm pretty sure that roofing shit fucked up my elbows, like the tendons in my elbows, and so now like I can't even use like my full strength to lift things and move things and push things cuz it hurts so bad throughout the week that I don't even have full strength. I can't have enough time off and pay my bills to heal that. So I'm kind of in a catch 22 scenario. And honestly, I don't know. For what I'm earning, it's not bad compared to a lot of people right now, but I don't feel that I'm ultimately getting paid enough at this juncture to persist in what I'm doing. I want to go back to like what I'm good at, which is concrete work. So probably going to ride out what I got going on for work now and see what I can do about contacting people that I've worked for in the past under my dad and find some more side jobs doing the stuff that I'm actually good at. Really kind of drive that and get away from all this miscellaneous shit and get out of that and get back into concrete. Because I'm going to make a lot more doing concrete work than I'm making what I'm doing now. Because I'm fundamentally getting paid an hourly rate to be a stoolie, and my time is not my own, and I spend way too much time driving around people who just don't fucking drive. And honestly, I didn't enjoy being an Uber driver because I like driving people around. I enjoyed being an Uber driver because I could work enough to make make my ends meet. And while I did it, I got compensation for my time. But right now, I'm getting paid less to drive these people around than I made on driving people around for Uber, and it's kind of just shit. Like, when you got to drive basically 45 minutes to an hour to get to where you start work, and then you got to reverse that to get home. And then part of your thing is driving people around that I don't know if they can drive or not. Doesn't matter. I'm kind of past it. I'm burned out on it. I don't feel that I'm duly compensated for fucking using up my fucking vehicle for external interests. And honestly, like, what I get paid to drive these people literally only covers the cost of operating the vehicle for the task. I don't actually get compensated for my time in the arrangement. And I don't foresee the arrangement that I'm under changing to be more favorable for me on that front. And if all I did for this particular situation was drive, carpool employees, that I could probably stomach. But then to have to do labor and all that on top of it, it's just, I don't know. And honestly, there's no path forward either. It's been like close to 6 months now, and there's been no advancement. So there's no upward mobility in it. And I have no negative feelings towards the people I work for. These people are practically family, like literally, like I've known them my whole life. So there's no position that I'm holding to where like a knife is going to get turned on this arrangement, so to speak, turn a knife in somebody's gut, like metaphorically, and just like, smash, break all the toys. It ain't like that, but like something's got to change because like the arrangement that we had in the beginning is kind of invalid at this point. And if the arrangement doesn't evolve, then at some point it has to come to a natural end. it's going to come under an amicable end if and when it does end, but I don't know. We're coming up on summer, and I'd really rather be focusing on doing concrete work. The whole reason I got my own business was partially to get out from under payroll, have more control over my personal schedule, which isn't happening. I'm still at somebody else's beck and call with my time, which I'm not. I don't like getting paid hourly. I never liked being hourly. And I'm not going to be satisfied with hourly ever. So we got to come up with a new arrangement. And I haven't really proposed any arrangement. So it's not like there's no possibility of a different arrangement cropping up. But how do you talk to somebody about what you want when you can't properly articulate specifically what you want? And so I'm confident that this conversation will be had if and when I decide what terms I would prefer instead. And then we'll have to do some haggling, I suppose, which is good. It's fine. I don't know. You know, it's not my way or the highway. It's not like that, but I definitely need some better thought out arrangements than what we have currently, because what I'm doing right now does not lend itself sufficiently to being paid hourly. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, maybe it makes sense for my employer. I'm not really thinking about it from those terms. I'm thinking about it from my terms. Like, what's best for me to, you know, provide the best possible output of labor quality, the best possible, you know, use of my time, the best, you know, quality of my services, you know, all that. And I don't know. If I was to give you like the difference, like is like what alternatives there might be, we could say things like by the day pay, or like different rates for different services. So like charge differently for driving people around than I would for actually being on hand to do work. More or less for one or the other, though I'm not, you know, going to get specific on what should be what, because I'm still trying to head math my way through it to, you know, when you want something that's important, but like you also need to make it attractive to the person you're asking of for these changes. Like, okay, well, I know that I want XYZ, but that's going to mean inconvenience for the person that I'm asking for it from. So I have to make sure that when I want this thing, that it's somewhat favorable enough for the person I'm asking it from that they would at least consider it. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. You know, like everybody wants $1 million, but like, how are you going to convince the bank it's in their best interest to give you $1 million, as an example? And I'm not asking for, you know, boatloads of money as compared to what I'm making now. I just want a difference in pay structure to reflect the difference in what I do. And I definitely want to get out from under the hourly shit. I fucking hate working hourly, because then I have to be there on site way longer to get the same amount of money that I could make doing 3 or 4 hours of work doing something else for this guy that might be just as useful. And if I can, you know, work less and make more money, why would I not do that? Why would anybody not do that? Like that, it would make no sense not to do that. You know, so we need a paradigm shift a little bit, because my time is irreplaceable. The money that I make, I might be able to live with or without. It's hard to say. We can't really, it's a thought exercise about what might have been, but like we can't live two alternate lives where the outcome is different. But one thing I can tell you for sure is time is finite, and I'm tired of spending like fucking 10, 11 hours a day to get paid for 8 or 9 hours a day. It just doesn't fucking work for me. And that's effectively what happens when you commute 2 hours a day, you know? So I can't charge money for my commute. And so I'm basically spending time on this job that I can't get back, that I can't spend elsewhere, that I can't spend doing other things for myself, just so I can get paid fucking roughly about 8 or 9 hours a day. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to me. Like, there's no value in it. So like we have to figure something out, because I'm just about burned out on it. Because again, there's been no advancement, there's been no growth, there's been no upward mobility. And the way that this whole gig is shaking out, there's really no space for it. Like I don't know. I would have to get very lost in the weeds explaining like how a business works to a lot of you people, because many of you who would watch me nobody does, but many who would watch me, like people that fall within a demographic who would watch this stream, you're usually wages. Spent your whole life working for a wage or wages. So like the concept of how cash flows from the consumer to the business to the employee might be a bit esoteric for you and something you're not inherently properly framing in your minds. And that's not to say that you're an idiot. It's not like that. It's just not, perhaps the thought might be alien to you because it's not something that you've ever even bothered to like consider. So I would have my work cut out for me trying to explain to you how some of that works. So if I ask for, say, $10 when I'm getting $5 from a person, for example, where does that extra $5 come from? It doesn't just come into existence because I want more money and therefore more money is there to give me. You understand? There is a finite number of dollars. So if I'm getting $5 for a cheeseburger that's worth, say, $20, and I want $10 for the cheeseburger, then that's basically taking a third of that profit away from the person who runs the business. And if I'm going to take a third of the profit from them, I'm going to have to offer them something pretty valuable to justify their diminished revenue per hamburger sold. That's pretty sloppy, but it kind of, it's a good opening way of just expressing that just because I want more doesn't mean there's more to give me, if that makes any sense. And so what we have is the conundrum of, if I want more, but there's not more for me to have more, then we have to suss out the threshold between me spending less of my time in exchange for making slightly less so that I can use my time somewhere else to potentially get more from some other direction, from some other vector. Whether it be little side jobs working for somebody else, whether it be recouping my losses by commuting one less day a week, for example, and giving this dude the same amount of hours but over 4 days instead of 5 would be one example, because then that saves me infrastructure of having to make a trip. That's like 20% less driving a week. And it could be that this guy can't pay me the same amount of hours for 4 days a week instead of 5. But then I have to essentially do some mathulating to determine, okay, well, is it worth my time to lose that revenue? And does the reduced cost on my end, not having to drive, 20% or driving 20% less, is that gonna be a favorable exchange for losing, possibly 20% of my revenue, for example? Because sometimes there's just not enough work to do, you want to work 60 hours a week, that's great, but sometimes your employer doesn't have 60 hours worth of stuff to work you. So we got to do some thinking, and I don't know, but there's going to have to be some changes over the next 30 to 60 days, because I feel that the arrangement that I have is unsustainable, and I'm not going to be satisfied with it any more in 30 to 60 days than I am now. It's quite the opposite, I would say. So, I don't know. I'm not trying to burn any bridges over it, though. That's a fact, because like the dude's pretty badass, and he actually kind of like, on some levels, sort of sponsored me having my own business. Not that he actually paid for anything. It's just he's been invaluable in walking me through the process and providing good advice, and I'm learning an awful lot. And I never knew anything about roofing before this, so if I go to fix my own roof, for example, that's going to be infinitely more doable now than it was when I first started doing this stuff with this guy. So again, it's not a function of ingratitude that things are going to have to change. It's more just reality. Nothing can stay the same indefinitely, because stagnation is in fact death. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you're not growing, you're shrinking. If you're not expanding, you're contracting. There is no homeostasis really in biology. As such, it really is kind of incumbent upon me to figure something out here, because what we have for an arrangement, it's been good, but I'm not going to work 2 years under the exact same circumstances. I don't dig sameness. I don't dig uniformity of days. I don't dig living the same day over and over again. And we're just going to have some kind of fundamental shift. Now that I am self-employed and I do have a workman's comp exemption, that means that people who could use me for like labor for a given day of the week, for example, like somebody wants to work me 1 day a week, or not even 1 day a week on the regular, just like use me on a given project, they can do that. They don't have to payroll me by law. They legally don't have to, because if somebody like works you, they have to account for how you're getting paid. So like there's laws that they have to follow. Like basically, like they can't just pay you cash under the table constantly. I mean, once or twice is allowed legally. Like a college kid wants to mow your lawn for $50, he can do that once or twice. But if it's going to be a regular thing, they really want paperwork on it so that they know who you're paying and who's getting paid. And so the IRS can tax the living bejesus out of everybody, because that's what their bread and butter is taking your money away from you, and not, like they're getting part of your pay, but they're not helping you do part of your work. But that's the government for you. And so now that it's not required that people put me on payroll to work me, and they can just cut me a check and then I can give them a receipt, they don't have to cover me under disability insurance or any of that. Like I'm supposed to like wipe my own ass as far as providing my own protection. That makes it to where I can work for random people now, where I could not before. So that's a good thing. It's a good thing. Pretty sure I already came this way. And so I don't know. What we're looking at right now is probably working for this dude less days a week or something moving forward. And that's probably going to be the better move for my time, because then I'm not driving, somewhere in a neighborhood of 100 plus miles a day. That's 100 plus less miles a week that I'm driving if I don't work for him 5 days a week. And if I can find something somewhat closer to home, I'm not going to jump on that like next week and be like, you know what, I'm just arbitrarily, you don't quit your job before you have another job lined up, and you don't change your employment unless you have a better arrangement already to be put in place as soon as you do that. So right now, this is kind of a brainstorming situation, but it's not that I want 3-day weekends or anything like that. It's more that I want other sources of income that hopefully fall better into my area of expertise, because I'm worth more money pouring concrete than I am on a roof. Because there's nothing on a concrete job that I can't do myself. Like, I know how to do all of these things. I have skill sets in all of these things. So it makes more sense for me to focus on that, because then I can ask for more money and be arbitrarily entitled to it, because I do have experience, over 2 decades of experience, in fact, in this trade. And I could potentially be making, we're just using arbitrary numbers here. I'm not, telling you any specifics, but let's say instead of $100 a day, I could be making $150 or $200 a day, for example, using made up numbers. So yeah, it's quite a significant changeover, and I'm not going to leave this dude hanging. He benefits a lot from me working for him, because he's only got basically 2 people in his primary crew that have driver's licenses, and I'm one of them. So like for me to just be completely out of the picture would not be good for him, and I'm not trying to take anything away from him that he can benefit from, unless I really benefit from fucking putting those resources elsewhere. And it's going to be upon me over the coming weeks to figure out an arrangement where it's worth my time to engender these types of expectations as, an arrangement between us. That was fun. That was fun. Nah, that's pretty effective way of clearing out these guys. A lot of jewelry in here. I got a lot of rings and amulets and gems and Jesus, this place is massive. You know, it's huge. It really is. I'm gonna have to start sprinting just to get around better. Captain Hindsight. Okay, so now I know where I am. Kind of. I will say that the dude that created this mod has really outdone himself in just sheer square feet of explorable areas. I wonder how long it took him to create all these maps. It's like literally thousands of coins worth of gems and potions and jewelry and shite. Oh, that's convenient. So seriously. Look how massive this place is. Just, I mean, really appreciate the size of this complex that this dude created. I think these are torches. Jesus, how many of these things are there? Jeezy Pete, that guy's got hit points out the asshole. Nothing worth looting. Okay, well, I guess we're going downstairs now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't recommend you try that if you don't have God mode turned on. That'll be a death ball. The hell am I? Sorry. Okay. New area. And this unnecessarily massive catacomb. Just in case you're wondering, I've been under here for like almost an hour. I was playing a little bit before I started my live stream. I'm not going to lie. I got started on my video games before I started streaming. because again, today was like I played like probably like 40 minutes worth of video games yesterday. My sister came over and spending time with family and shit. All right, so we're getting to where we need to be. Excuse me. I need Dwemer Cogs, I believe. One more time. One more time, because I'm terrible at remembering. Yeah, Dwemer Cogs. So I'm hoping to find some of those because I need 10 of those. So Dwemer Ruins are actually someplace that benefit me for a previous quest that I undertook. This place is massive. Sorry. Ooh, Moonstone. This is actually worth a lot of money. Less so for selling it as it is, and more so for modifying existing items or forging new items. I forget what moonstone's actually used for, but gold. Yeah. I'm deep underground. From what they were telling me when they gave me this quest, nobody's been here for a very long time. I killed some bandits earlier that were trying to get down here, and they got stymied by some spiders, and that was a while ago. Ever since then, I've been fighting the undead Draugr. Excuse me. Now, this right here confuses me. That can't be the sky because I'm very deep underground. But yet it is. I hear the music that tells me that that wall is active. One thing about these older games is that I'm actually on another map. So if I was to use no clipping to go up and through those openings, it wouldn't put me out into the world map, unfortunately. And I'm hoping that with future open world games like this, that actually won't be the case because that'd be really cool to have a massive, persistent open world like that. That's really challenging for programmers because effectively your computer would have to load the entire map or just load a certain range of the map, which could be resource demanding in the extreme. It'd be one of those things where you'd have to install the game in a solid state drive and you'd have to have a ton of RAM. And then you'd have to have like LOD adjustments so that you could configure your graphics settings to only load so much high detail for such a radius around your character. And then the game would constantly be loading more detail for areas as you got closer to them and unloading that, replacing that with, I don't know, it'd be quite a programming challenge to like have all of the map be the same map, which is why they do dungeons. So, like going into a room, it's not a new map, right? But going into the dungeon itself is a new map off the world map. And if it was all a persistent map, that would be, well, like look at Minecraft. That's an ancient game. And honestly, like one of the things that makes that game demanding on your computer when you turn up certain settings is level of detail and whatnot. And the ability for it, like that's when you a lot of these persistent open world games like Minecraft, the reason why they take so long to load initially, like for example Satisfactory is another game I play that's like that. It's a persistent one map game, and they take forever to start the game because it's all one map that you constantly like are playing in. So for a game like this with all the extra detail, it becomes really insane for a computer to contend with. Jesus. That was unexpected. Hmm. Dwemer technology is powered by soul gems, by the way, so almost all of these Dwemer automatons that you kill will give you soul gems. As you can see, they're somewhat challenging, and if you're not properly equipped, they can really give you a run for your money. Because I can't take damage at the moment, because God mode's turned on, it's not an issue for me. But if you're playing this game like organically and not like using cheats, you probably don't want to be here at level 1, because my entire experience playing through this game as level 1 has been nothing but insane. Okay, so we were sent in here to get a book. So somewhere amidst all this bullshit is a library. So the fact that we're finding damaged and destroyed books is a good sign, because it means we're getting closer to where we need to be. The Keen. Getting closer. There's a lot of books. Once again, we're looking for a specific book, so the more books that we find, the more closer we get to finding the book we need. Yes, Biscuit. Meow meow. 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 There you go. Fucking cat. My cat's raiding my stream. This is getting complicated. As it always does when the cat joins me for a stream. See if I can fix my camera so you guys can enjoy the cat. There's like a 10-second delay on stream or whatever. Sister got so stoned she passed out. Yeah, I can't put my camera low enough to actually allow you to see the cat, apparently. But whatever. The cat is now in my lap. I have a cat in my lap. I have a lap cat. Hardcore goth. Hardcore goth. As opposed to softcore goth. I don't know. It's really weird having this microphone within my line of sight. So I'm sitting here looking at my monitor playing this game and I can see the fucking microphone right in front of me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Looks like we're gonna have all 10 Dwemer cogs when I leave this terrible place. Mint Berry Crunch. Watching South Park over here on TV. My sister put it on. It's been playing my whole stream. I'm not 100% if you guys can hear it or not because I haven't checked. Again, I've been playing Skyrim since before I started my stream, and I've just continued playing. We're really trying to get out of this map and back to proper Oblivion. I don't think I have many quests left before I can never come back. Before I don't have to ever come back here, I should say, to this island. I mean, it's been a pretty cool expansion to play. I'm not saying it's not, great content, but if I finish everything, that I don't ever have to come back here again and I can just move on with life. Manipulative, uncaring vagina faces, he says. Jesus fucking Christ. A centurion. I'm level 1 and they're giving me a centurion to fight. This is indicative of my experiences with this playthrough in Skyrim. Never in my life, I swear to you. Never in my life. It's wild. It's totally wild. Thankfully, this thing is slow as all get out. Well, that was harrowing. Well, because I had a ton of arrows and I stayed far ahead of it, it never detected me fully, so I was able to perform a little bit of magic there. Turned a boss fight into a bit of a manageable affair. Though a lot of things you have to fight in this game are nowhere near as slow moving as that, and they'd have the better of you without even trying. Excuse me. Mm. Mm. All right. The exit elevator is ours. Ah. Now, where the hell am I? In the middle of nowhere, naturally. Where else would I be? Mintberry Crunch, Shablagoo. Hmm. Yeah, look at this map. This modded content created this massive expansion area that's kind of comparable to what's that island? Shit, where the that special mineral is located that you can use to make a special style rim or whatever, like that type of metal that you can use to make armor out of. You have to get there out of Windhelm. Like this is like the size of that. Some guy created this, I think, all by himself, which is pretty wild. And there's been quite a few quests here too. Hmm. Of course I did. Hmm. It's a lot of bodies. being that way because that's just like boss shit. That's what bosses do. They give you shit and talk shit when you're not working. You know, it's boss shit. But I'm just like, fuck you, standing around. And he made some joke. He's like, the only two guys working are Mexicans, and all the white people are standing around. What the fuck? We all laughed about it, but at the end of the day, dude, the Mexicans were working so fast that they were overshooting what they were supposed to do, and didn't. They fucked up a couple of times. They just kept working and didn't like stop to actually take stock about where they were, so they made mistakes. I mean, I don't make mistakes unless somebody gives me the wrong shit. Now, like, we had to move 2 posts for new boards because he didn't fucking give the correct instructions. So they're like, place wrong. He's like, oh shit, he's got to move 5 inches, 2.5 inches. I was like, well, they went where you wanted them. You said I want them here, they went there. They weren't in the right place. You got to figure it out. And then I moved those 2 posts for his ass. Yeah, well, I do what I'm told. Now, if you want to give me the plans and tell me to take care of it, I'll get it right. But I didn't get the plans. I've never seen the plans. He just told me what he wants, and I do it. And it's like, not right. Well, it's not like he blames me or anything. He doesn't blame me. He knows, but still, just give me the fucking plans, dude. But anyway, so we framed all like we put these 2 big fucking beams up, right? Put up the middle, like the middle beam, and then we hung all of those like rafter beams. And then we did that like the last 2 days I was working out there. We hung them all, so like that's all framed up basically. And you use the little 2x4s to go in between them all to create like rafters, to make sure that they're straight. And then you put decking over that, and that's your roof. But like it's wild, it's fucking wild. Like got this massive porch he's building. Yeah, I just stopped to do a bathroom break. Yes, I have returned from my bathroom break. I peed, I pooped, I got distracted, started interacting with people in the house, and now here I sit before you, a non apologetic asshole that will now resume the gaming. Let's drop this microphone a little bit. We don't have a cat in our lap anymore, so I don't have to have this thing all up in my face like I did previously. I like this microphone. Like the little boom it came with, it's like not the most advanced or fancy arrangement, but it's really effective. So I'm digging it. Oh, hey, I've been here before. Oh, because I'm not in the right place. That's why. I see what's going on. I see what's going on. Cream fraiche. La 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 la. Cream fraiche. Cafeteria fraiche. What you got, biatch? Keep that heat low and keep it fraiche. I don't think I've had one viewer today. That's pretty impressive. Who doesn't love a quickie? Sovereign God. We found what the moonstone is required for. The armor that I'm wearing. Why they got to be a black school? Dude, throwing money at a problem doesn't fix anything. Like, you can give a hobo fucking $10 million and he'll still be a hobo. He'll just have $10 million. This is all way simpler. You're just you're overcomplicating it. It's really simple. It's really simple. I'm not saying that it's correct. I'm not saying that it makes logical sense, but their system relies upon oppressor oppressed dynamics. You're either the oppressor or you're the oppressed. If you leave the realm of the oppressed, you have to become the oppressor. And if you're the oppressor, you're the bad guy. So the only way that you can be the good guy is to be oppressed. Well, again,
kids in this neighborhood. And so each kid gets a dollar amount put on their head. They can either use that money to homeschool, they can use that money to go to a public school, they can use that money to go to a private school. It doesn't matter where that kid goes to school, but once they enroll, that money that's allocated to them now goes to wherever they're enrolled.
Okay.
So it causes schools to boost enrollment. If they want the money, they need to boost the enrollment.
Well, it's a bad system. It's a terrible system. Yes, it is. Because I'm paying for them to have fucking this choice instead of their parents paying for them to have this choice. Everybody's paying it because it's taxpayer money that's fucking attached to this child.
And every kid is benefiting from it.
Nobody's benefiting from it. Because you get subpar fucking schooling run through the bureaucratic strainer attached to all these fucking oligarchic bodies that fucking essentially siphon out student funds for education for trivial things like goddamn fucking wall outlet towers to fucking charge their tablets instead of fucking enhancing the educational parameters that they're taught under. If we didn't have to pay tax money into them fucking getting their little fucking dollar amount attached to their little student heads, and their parents exclusively paid for their education, it would all be cheaper, number one. Number two, I wouldn't have to fucking...
That was a district decision.
That shit is not fucking... It doesn't happen in a vacuum. That's just more emblematic of how the whole system works. Dude, kids are fucking graduating illiterate and can't do math. Well, that type of shit can't fucking come about unless the whole thing's taxpayer funded. They get a blank check to fucking waste the money on whatever they want. There's no accountability. I don't mind the voucher concept in and of itself, but the fact that it's consistent of fucking taxpayer money that's involuntarily collected artificially inflates the cost to teach these kids.
You have no problem with the taxes being collected to send kids.
I don't have a fucking preference for taxes being collected for anything.
Right. But the whole point is that certain schools, based on historical allotments, continue to get allotments versus the money following the student.
That's bureaucracy. All of it. It is.
Even if you had a parent paying for the education of their child, the parent picks where the kid goes and pays for that education. The money follows the child.
Right.
What is the difference? This is basically taking the money out of the hands of the bureaucracy and attaching it to the students that are getting the education.
Attaching it to the parents of the students getting the education. Because they're the ones that decide where their kids go. Kids don't have rights like that to choose those things. Their parents do. And their parents are therefore spending my fucking money on whatever they want to, which is the problem I have. They cut the check by enrolling their kids here or there or over there. But it's not their money that they're cutting the check for. It's taxpayer money. Doesn't have to be at all. Look, dude, I don't fucking like factory schooling anyways. I don't like this whole fucking public school schema in the first place. So I'm not going to fucking like anything to do with any of this because at the end of the day, public schooling has been nothing more than a mechanism for babysitting kids during fucking ages whereupon they need supervision so that their fucking mom can join the workforce, provide cheaper labor for fucking corporate fucking entities. Yes. Martin Luther actually created public schooling, by the way.
The history of the public education system in the United States of America was not a babysitting service. It did not become a babysitting service until they mandated attendance.
If you're a government...
They made it impossible for people to work at the age of 14, 13, and 12.
If-
Child labor. And then mandatory attendance. Those are the two things that made it a babysitting service, not anything else.
If you're...
Prior to that, parents could choose whether to send their kids to school or not.
If you're if if you're a government
So
and you have an institution in place and you don't funnel the fucking citizenry into that institution, you are ceding your authority. Because a government cannot produce resources, all it can do is collect them or borrow them against the future as its two sole fucking sources.
which people relied on the government instead of relying on themselves.
Correct.
Right. So then they made it mandatory. So in order for this system to continue to validate its taking of taxes from the property owners in a specific community, they had to mandate attendance.
They had to fabricate this smokescreen of usefulness
Yes.
to justify their robbery of the
But that's
people.
not historically. That's only been in the last 60 years.
Oh, it's been going on a little longer than that.
Okay.
Ever since the Reconstruction.
No.
Yes.
No. Mandatory attendance to school was not made until the 40s. And they didn't actually enforce it until the 80s. They didn't enforce mandatory attendance to school until the 80s. You could drop out in 3rd grade.
The only thing public school does is allow women to fucking participate in the workforce. It doesn't really offer the kids anything. It doesn't offer the kids anything.
For men and women.
There's no net benefit to the children in a public schooling in modern times. Now, when that started, we could argue about that. You say the 80s. Okay, let's go with that since the 80s. Fine. Fine. But at the end of the day, kids being in public school, they don't glean or garner anything from it unless that particular school is an outlier and actually prioritizes the kid getting something from their time being there.
We're having a conversation on a topic where one or both of us doesn't have all the facts in order to carry on a conversation in a productive manner. So you can go ahead and continue to spout all the ideology that goes along with the current beliefs about education and not have to actually investigate it at all.
Current beliefs.
Yeah, current beliefs. You're basing your information off of what?
I'm basing it off of the reality.
On what reality?
So let's just like ignore IEPs. What's the average reading level of the kids in the grade that you teach? Is it at the level that they're at, or is it at a level below what they're at?
The level of the kids that are, this is kids all the way across the board because of COVID.
It was happening before COVID, but COVID made it worse. But COVID had effects.
Can I say what I'm going to say?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to say a full sentence. That would be awesome right now.
Okay.
Okay, so pre-COVID, probably about 60% of the general education population was reading at or above what was considered proficient based on standardized testing. Now, standardized testing has a time limit. Standardized testing is based on texts that they choose. It's based on questions that they develop themselves. So standardized testing is the tool and the mechanism by which to determine whether somebody is proficient in reading and reading comprehension. Let me finish. It is also understood that there are a lot of kids who do not read fast. Speed has not ever been a consideration for people when they are looking at standardized testing. They don't look at the fact that some people read slower because it takes them a little bit longer to comprehend what they're reading.
Okay.
Not everybody reads at the same rate. It does not mean that they cannot comprehend what they're reading if given adequate time to read.
That is all true.
Now, in addition to that, just because a kid can read fast doesn't mean they can shit. We have a whole entire population of kids that we call word callers. They can call out every single word. They can decode everything that is in a sentence. They can look at a text that is 7 pages long, and they can read it from start to finish with 0 errors.
Uh huh.
Now, when you ask them questions about that text, they have no idea what they just read. Their whole goal is to read quickly, and that came about because of time testing. I have to read it fast. I have to get it done. I have to do it now. Okay, so there's a whole lot of factors as to what it is that goes into reading comprehension and reading level and on grade level. I don't think that it's fair to base an entire conversation on a reading level. Because as you know, intelligence and the ability to operate in your world doesn't necessarily coincide with your ability to read.
Yes, no, and everywhere in between.
Exactly. So it is a complicated topic. And so to make blanket statements about what it is and what it isn't, is it a babysitting service now? Absolutely. Since COVID, most definitely. Parents don't give a shit if their kids learn shit. They really don't. They really ultimately don't.
And that
The ones
has
that don't care, don't care. The ones that do care.
and that has relationships with their experiences in school, because the thing about people is it's a generational phenomenon that drives the course of society in whatever direction it heads in. Now, let me ask you a question. Is standardized testing, or is standardized testing not an example of cherry picking study results to yield a certain outcome when interfacing with the bureaucracy?
Standardized testing, in my opinion, is a way to justify your level of payment that you get for your job at an administrative level.
And would that not inspire the practice of cherry picking and manipulating study results to generate a positive outcome for your desired?
But they literally spent millions of dollars, like over $1 million, to revamp the Florida testing system. And all they did, and I will say one more time, all they did was change the website look, the look of the website. They did not change anything else with that website.
Well, it's
Nothing has changed.
it's multiple choice, isn't it, for the most part?
Yes, but I'm talking about like
Well, here's the
even
thing.
the scripts that they read to the students when we administer the test is identical to scripts from 4 years ago. They changed literally nothing, and yet they took millions of dollars.
Could that
They said they were doing anything and didn't do it.
could it not be that this was intentional?
The people who make money off of it are looking for ways to make more money off of it.
Be-
That's all it boils down to. They really do not care about whether or not these kids learn. They need to learn just enough to follow their manager's orders at their minimum wage job so that they can continue to pay taxes and not put up a fight when somebody tells them to do something that's unethical or immoral.
So standardized testing determines your funding, yes or no?
Standardized testing is one portion of funding.
It has a part to play in determining your funding, yes?
The biggest part to play in funding is what percentage of your population.
Yes or no? Just
It's not easy. It's not a yes/no situation.
well, it either has to do with it or it doesn't. I'm not saying what percentage. I didn't fucking put a solid number next to it. Does it have a part to play?
There's multiple variables to funding.
Right, but it's a variable.
It is.
It's
It is
in there.
one-
It's
it is
part of the
one-
machine.
Yes, it's one.
Okay. So when you give these people money to revamp the testing system, and they keep the testing system itself more or less the same, and then they just kind of put a different fascia on it, would that or would that not allow teachers to coach their students to have certain amounts of capacity to complete the test with favorable results to that school district?
No, because they changed the test. Like they changed the actual.
Christmas treeing was a thing back when I was a kid. I don't think it's.
If you select C, you'll get more questions right than.
So there's a way to take the test without knowing what the fuck you're doing to get generally more favorable outcomes overall. And you theoretically could have a teacher throw the fucking game by fucking teaching your kids how to take a test without actually teaching them the content that is involved in the test.
Yes.
So do you think there would not be a perverse incentive to not teach your kids anything and just...
Test-taking strategies are actually a thing that.
It's a whole science unto itself. And you could teach your kids just that, not teach them any content on English, math, or science.
Well, it's hard to teach content on any of the content areas when they dictate the pacing, and the pacing doesn't.
And more tests take away time for you to interface these kids with more general information.
Yes.
Now, we're not trying to make these kids fucking like hardcore libertarians or independents. We're just trying to make them able to make change, to be able to read and write fucking proficiently enough to fucking write a job resume and shit like that. We're not trying to create anarchists over here. We're just trying to just generally educate them on
They don't teach them how to think. They teach them what to think.
exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
They teach them to regurgitate what they've been
And that is exactly what I'm getting at with this. Like these schools,
What the voucher system is allowing is it's allowing the parents who don't want their children to be taught what to think a way to move to a school that is in more line with the teaching practices that they think are going to be effective for teaching kids.
which is the crux of the voucher system at its very core.
Why?
It reverts back to democracy, which is basically mob rule.
No, it reverts back to community schooling, which is allowing your community to be taught in a way that's conducive to your community.
Well, that implies that the parent has the mental capacity to think critically about what's actually best for their kids versus what they're told is best for their kids,
Most
and which they're going to respond more strongly to, their inner dialogue or what they're told.
most
Propaganda is a very powerful force in a society. When you give people the fucking vote, either with their own money or with a fucking voucher or a ballot, you're giving them the means to allow the mob to supersede common sense. The best thing for any given kid is to have them privately taught.
by whom? Not
That's a
every
separate
human-
discussion.
Not every human is a teacher.
That is a separate discussion. That's like a whole other that's a whole other rabbit hole.
Exactly.
That's a whole other rabbit hole. But what I'm saying is public schooling has proven itself over time to be a declining influence on future generations. It doesn't get better over time, it gets worse.
With the advent of this particular policy, though, they will be able to afford the teachers who are actually teaching.
Yes, but they're going to
Because
spend that.
there are the teachers that are worth anything can't afford to live a life because they're not getting paid what they're worth. So they take jobs in other sectors where they're getting actually paid for their knowledge and their skill set.
Which again basically just shows you patently how useful public schooling really is. You could fucking have the same effect. I'm not though.
You are though. You're making the overarching thing of uselessness of public schools. It is a public entity. It is there to serve the communities in which it resides.
Well,
So if the public school is only as good or as bad as the community chooses to let it be.
well, now you can look at this two different directions. You can look at what the public school claims that it does, or you can look at what it actually does. They live side by side in the same universe. They overlap. So on the one hand, you imply that public schooling is to actually teach these kids XYZ, but in reality, you would make $40,000 a year. Say, I'm just picking an arbitrary number. That's not what you're actually making.
What people at McDonald's make.
Just go with
So
it.
you know.
I get. Just go with it.
Okay. No.
So like, you make the $40,000. Like whether you teach them fucking abstract reading and go over Gulag Archipelago in middle school, or you just give them arbitrary assignments to keep them busy for 6 to 8 hours a day. Really, the end result has no impact on the amount of money you get paid. So whether you fucking go all out and give
They're
110,
trying to do that.
or whether you go all fucking into just fucking keeping the kids busy and fucking going through the motions, you get paid very similar. You have people at your school that do less than you that make more than you. Do you not? And the institution doesn't really call them to account for that. There's no mechanism in place where you can give comeuppance to these teachers that are fucking over these kids
But
when you're
that
trying to
is-
help them.
That is a district decision that the board voted on, where they level teachers according to years of service and education, and then whether or not you get your bonus. The bonus structure at the end of the year is based off of student performance and your reviews by it's supposed to be an impartial observer. Comes and observes you in action,
Okay.
and you get a grade.
Right.
And then they look at your scores
Right.
from at the beginning of the year, and then they look at your scores at the end of the year,
Right.
and they base it off of the growth of the student population.
Okay, sure.
And your bonus structure is based off of at what percent of growth did the majority of the students rise. If you have a certain amount of growth, you get a bigger bonus.
Right.
Okay, but what this can do is create a corruption within the corruption.
Okay, sure. So let me ask you this. Who are you more accountable to as an individual school? The parents of the kids that go to that school or the board that oversees multiple schools?
Right now it's the board, but with the voucher system, if a parent doesn't want to go to your school, guess where the money goes?
What if the school that they choose is under the same board? What effect will that ultimately have?
They choose whatever school they want to go to within the county.
What if the school they go to in exchange, alternatively from your school, is under the same board? What ultimate effect will that have?
But they can choose a private school, they can choose homeschool, or they can choose public school.
Now, do private schools and homeschools have to answer to a specific standard?
The state.
Okay.
It's state oversight.
And where does the board fall within underneath the state?
It goes state, then county, then district, then state, then county, then district.
Okay. And if the state standards are here and they go to a different school that's private and so therefore goes to the state and bypasses the local board, they both would have to fall under the same criteria, wouldn't they? At the state standards. And yet many schools function below the state standard and so like they're expected to perform here, but they actually perform here. And every school within that board performs down here when they should be here, and they keep getting fucking taxpayer money. So where is the optimism for this? Let's just say you're a parent and you actually do have your kids' interest in mind, and you are actively participating in getting them the best resources you can. You don't just want a babysitter, you actually want your kid to learn. What's the most charitable interpretation of the circumstances?
Right. So you have a school grade.
Right.
So each grade, every school in every district in the state of Florida has
Right.
a school grade.
Right.
That information is updated every time a new standardized test result comes in. The school grade gets updated. You can look at it as a person out in the world. You don't have to have kids even. You can go in and you can look at the school grade. And
Right.
the school grade is broken down by content area, the testing subject, the year, and demographics of that school. So you can actually go in and see, how does this population test? How does this population test? Now, within the system itself, they can actually break it down from not only the school grade, but now we're going to look at the teachers. So now I can look at, and if you have multiple teachers teaching the same content, like let's say you have 4 teachers that teach 6th grade math, you can actually compare the 4 teachers' class grades, and that will give you an idea of the effectiveness of that teacher in that classroom of teaching those standards to their population.
Sure.
And so there should be, if the school is functioning the way that it should, and the teachers are doing what they should,
All things being equal.
Then there should be a normal range of proficiency versus not proficient.
Now, having said all that, how would you define more or less in a kind of a abridged version the difference between private and public schools? What makes a private school private and a public school public? Generally.
They still have to teach the standard, but they are not held to a standardized way of teaching. They have to teach the 4 core subjects, but they can teach it in whatever methodology they choose. That's why you can have a charter school.
Well, what about funding?
Funding, the money follows the kid.
So effectively, it could be said that the private school is still fucking government funded.
It is. They asked for it like 6 years ago.
So let me ask.
They were bitching about the fact that public schools were getting money that was allocated towards education of all students when not all students were going to public schools.
So now, if we were to just table ostensibility and look at things in more, you could say, cynical terms, because a private school is still functionally publicly funded.
This is Florida.
No, yes, I'll grant all that, but like, let's just say, like, and again, I'll also grant that this could be more of a cynical perception, but wouldn't it be reasonable to argue that private schools are essentially publicly funded
They are.
through the government? So effectively, like, they're still a government school, even though they're allowed a little more clemency in how they choose to conduct themselves in their methodology. They are still effectively just an extension of the public schooling system to a point.
Because
It
of
could
the
be said.
Because of the no child
Left behind,
left behind.
which was some bush shit.
All schools that are teaching
And that's some W.
children,
That's W era, right? George W.
all schools have to make sure that their graduation diploma has the same meaning as a graduation diploma from a public school.
Right.
Which means they have to take all state tests. And then it came down to, well, if we have to do all the state tests, then why aren't we getting any of the state money?
And that right there, does that not kind of draw them into the fold and put them kind of at the mercy of the schema, the Rockefeller schema, narrower skies? What was the quote? Here, let me pull up the quote. I don't want to misquote.
Private school teachers get paid less.
Right.
Oh, another thing is private schools don't have to have certified teachers teaching. So you could be a parent and you're really good at math. You don't have to be a teacher to teach in a private school.
Right.
And so when I say private school, it includes like it includes all levels of private schools. So it can be a Montessori, it can be a charter, it can be it's anything that's not having to follow the district curriculum and district pacing. If it's private, mostly privately funded, there's a tuition involved in you getting in there, then it's a private school. Charter schools are different because charter schools, while they are an extension of the public school, they have their own goals. So if you have like a STEM school or an art school or whatever, they do have to offer courses in the 4 core areas in order for you to be able to pass with a standard graduation, like a standard diploma. Otherwise, the certificate of completion that they give you
Here.
cannot be called. It's called a certificate of completion. It is not called a diploma.
Here, this is 1916. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophies or men of learning or men of science. We have not to raise up from among them authors, editors, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, or whom we may have an ample supply. The task we set before ourselves is very simple as well as a very beautiful one. To train these people as we find them to a perfect ideal life just where they are. So we will organize our children into a little community and teach them how to do, in a perfect way, the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way in the homes, shops, and on the farm. Now, that propagandistic wording really does allude to the nature of modern factory schooling. That is Frederick Taylor Gates, Rockefeller's advisor at the time. This was 1916 when Rockefeller was dumping millions of dollars into the schooling system. So their objective, well, all the way back then, they weren't looking for excellence. They were basically looking to fill meniality with the populace. So already we can.
Back then, there was no requirement.
The requirements.
Back then, you didn't have to go. You didn't have to go to school.
I understand that.
They wanted to provide an opportunity for people who could send their kids to school.
That wasn't the impetus.
Send them to school.
That's. to make them better laborers. That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. Here's the thing:
But then,
Tuesday is built on Monday, and Monday is built on Friday.
and then you gotta, and are those city schools or are those country schools?
They are unilateral. Like that's the whole fucking mission statement of public schooling. They're not striving for excellence. They're not striving for growth. They're not striving for internal dialogue. They're striving to keep the gears turning. They want lever pullers. They want fucking cashiers. They want fucking.
Because they needed people that were educated.
They always need that. Look, listen. Great artists, painters, musicians, lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen. The elites.
You know that was for getting them started.
The elite was not what public schooling was designed to produce.
Those particular outcomes went to multiple years of school. It wasn't for just anybody. It was for the people who could afford to do it, or who had a special talent, or who were sponsored. It wasn't in that day and age. It wasn't even meant for women. It was only meant for men.
Let's not go there just yet.
Why not?
Because let's focus more on the mission of factory schooling.
Because public schooling was meant for everybody.
Let's focus on the mission statement for factory schooling. If we push back to Victorian times, there were two classes of people. There were the class of people that went to school. There was the class of people that went to school, and there was the class of people that did not go to school. Among those that went to school, even those who could not afford better educations, but who got any education at all, were deviations greater in IQ than what we have today. Better than 15 points of IQ higher.
Been in place in communities for a long time.
Interesting that you should point that out, because what you're delineating is the difference between community driving social pressure and the arbitrage of legislature. So when the government itself came in and started fucking laying out programs and standards, it led to a decline in quality for all. You yourself, prior to the government coming in and fucking declaring what schooling shall be, could open your little schoolhouse and fucking have your standards as opposed to these standards.
But the people who paid for that schoolhouse, it wasn't.
They would pay determined based upon what they thought it was worth.
The community came together and they took contributions and they built themselves a schoolhouse and they hired themselves a teacher based on an interviewing process that everybody in the community got to meet that person, ask that person questions, and determine whether that person was going to be quality enough to teach.
Based on what?
Based on whatever that community wanted.
Their priorities and their values.
Right.
One city might not have the same values as another city. If this city valued enlightenment, like of the mind, they would probably prioritize getting you better books to teach their kids with if you were the school marm.
Most small
Some,
schools, they taught the Bible, whichever Bible they were.
well, that's a good foundation, by the way.
And they taught reading, and the only reason they taught you to read was so that you could read the Bible.
Look, a lot of people arbitrarily see the Bible as solely of a religious value, but there's more to it than that. It teaches history and consequence. The parables of the Bible are actually pretty significant in allowing your mind to frame itself around the reality that there is a cost-benefit relationship between the choices we make in life.
So traditionally, the community school was based on parent choice and parent funding for the kids that attended. Why is that not something, an experiment, if you want to consider it an experiment? Why is it not a good way to go back to now?
Because things have been muddied by federality.
Well, then that is not the fault of the education. That's the fault of the people who sit in judgment of government and do nothing to participate in government.
If you put both your feet in that litter box, it's kind of hard to get the shit out of it. Yes or no? Just as a blanket statement. Let's just take that in a vacuum. Like, we're not talking about anything. I just said that out in the open one day arbitrarily. Go stand in that litter box right now and then try to get the shit out of it while you're standing in it.
I'm not understanding what connection you're trying to make to that particular thing.
Okay,
and
so
what I just asked.
would you say that as goofy as that is and as off, like lowbrow as it is, as cheesy as, would that not be more?
What is the point of your question?
Can you please respond to that fucking?
No, I'm not going to respond to silliness. What is the point of your question?
I'm going somewhere with it.
Well, then just go there. My response doesn't matter. Just go where
Your response does matter, but
No,
I'm
it's
trying.
not, because that is an illogical and it doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's actually quite logical. If you're standing, especially like the size of my feet compared to yours, if I stand in that litter box, it's going to be really hard for me to get all the cat poop out of the litter box I'm standing in. Because it's a very small litter box, right? And I know this is kind of preposterous, and it's
You're trying to make a connection where there is no connection by using something ridiculous, and I don't appreciate it.
it's a non sequitur analogy. I'll grant that, but like, does that not by itself in its own little micro universe make sense? You can't change institution from within the institution. Can't do it because you're constrained by the institution that you're inside of. So to alter the institution radically and bring it, yes, I suppose you did.
Because I said that the people that want to make the changes need to be participating in the government instead of just arbitrarily talking about it. It doesn't do any good whatsoever to babble on about the injustices of the federalization of an education.
If all it was is prattle, then no, you would be correct.
Well, that's pretty much what it is.
But you want.
If a person doesn't participate in the governing body of that community, then their points are moot.
But what you want is for fucking student vouchers to somehow or another impact the structure whereupon at the end of the day it all comes back to the state. So the state gets the money no matter where the money goes. So whether they get an education here or there, the state still gets paid. And whether it fucking turns out better or poorly for the individual students, the state still gets paid. The state, therefore, itself, who makes the rules by which all these schools must abide, benefits nonetheless from all outcomes, positive or negative.
Well, because
There's no accountability built into that system. And still the taxpayer is on the hook for it.
right, but it's the federal taxpayers that are on the hook.
Which is fucked up because I don't think that people in Wisconsin should pay for how things are done in Florida. I don't think that federal taxpayers should pay for how things are in California or Carolina, either one of them. So, like, I don't appreciate federal funding being the pocket from which we all draw.
It's federal grants.
It's not good.
To the funding that is going to enhance the money that is already collected off of the property taxes of each of the different communities in which the schools are.
It should stay in state, and the state should be accountable to its constituency.
Equalizes the disparity in the socioeconomic situation. So communities that have low property values, low taxpayers, because the property values are not as high, they don't get as many taxes off those properties. The schools that are serving those communities can serve those communities in the same way as the schools that have high property taxes.
I hear you,
So
but
that funding
yes.
that comes from the federal government is supposed to equalize the distribution of the funds into the communities that don't have
Right.
the property tax support.
For those of you just joining us, I'm having a hell of a day today. Not gonna feed you excuses, but what I will tell you comes from what I'm about to put on the screen. Yes.
Then why are you entertaining a conversation with me?
It's really bad for me today. So look, I gotta take a bathroom break. But here's the thing, Kitty. Well, you're not like the background's blurred, so and I don't even think the microphone's fully picking you up. It's mostly just hearing me, which is probably incoherent to the people watching me, and that sucks for them. But nobody fucking supports me, so what the fuck do I care? Do whatever I want. It's my stream. I'm not having a good time today, but
Why?
But getting to your point, like I don't think that fucking what you're saying has anything to do with anything less than trying to institute on a federal level care and fairness, which just isn't going to happen. Life's not fair. So one community that has higher property value as compared to a lower.
To do what you do.
Dude, I like these talks. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I'm just trying to say that like you're trying to normalize like across multiple different fucking variables, and it's
No, they're not. They're trying to make sure I didn't take my kids all the way across town to a school where I know the teachers care and I know my kids are getting an education, then that money follows my kids.
the same state.
Because it's my
here. Kitty,
education for my kids.
I'm going to say this and then I'll be right back. I do want to continue because it's actually pretty interesting. The same state that allows the F school and the A school to exist, it's the same state. The same standard allows one to exist. They don't close down the F school because they're just not getting better grades.
Well,
you guys just don't approve.
There's
They
you know
tolerate.
what?
So you want the A school, like
They can't close down the F school.
it's the same fucking.
They can't close down the F school. They're not allowed to close down the F school.
You have one fucking staff group and one restaurant being like shit. You guys gotta close down the restaurant.
No, I wouldn't.
But you might clean house and you might hire new people.
Well, they can't do that because, they
Bad reason.
yeah. Yeah, but they're not allowed because then they get sued. But what happens is the schools are gonna close down anyway that are schools because all the money's gonna follow the kids and the kids are going to evacuate. Welcome. We was getting notified because of shit that had nothing to do with nothing. You gotta bring him back. Oh my God, are you guys okay? Like, mom and dad are fighting. Now I'm just like, oh. On a stupid podcast I'm listening to, started talking shit. You use that as your point. Like the reason why they closed down the schools is because it wasn't because they were black schools. That's because you guys asked them to desegregate you. You can't have both. You go all go in one.
Don't they have all black schools though?
HBCs, the historically black colleges and universities,
Yeah.
the HBCs are no longer black. They have a lot of students going to the HBCUs that are not black because they are money centric now. So they raise the tuitions, and then because it is sometimes it's not federally funded, they can't get the federal funds for the diversity. And so the only ones that can afford to pay those tuitions and get the loans to pay those tuitions are when I was graduated in '93, I was going to go to Langston University in Oklahoma because they had a really good education program and I was going to become a teacher out of that particular school. But when I went to it, the only white people that they were accepting applications from were athletes and band members. So if you tried to get into any of the other colleges and you weren't black or partially black, you had to be at least 25% black. If you were any less than 25% black, you couldn't even apply. It's Langston University in Oklahoma in 1993.
I wonder how they determined that back in
They look at your parents and then your grandparents. So they basically are like, okay, we're gonna need the information on your grandparents, and if 4 of them were biracial or triracial or whatever kind of racial, then, but if 1 was black, then you could go. So they looked at your genealogy.
So
And if you said, oh, I don't know, then if I don't know, then they would look at you and your complexion and see if you were black.
You know how you fix that, right? There's a fix for that.
What?
Remove affirmative action.
Well, the whole thing is now the historically black colleges, a lot of them have higher white populations than not.
Dude, when you eliminate affirmative action, then what you're left with is meritocracy, which is what makes the fucking culture enhance itself over time, year over year.
it's called DEI now.
They're
isn't it?
going back to that, though.
They're trying.
A lot of the major universities have gone back to SAT and ACT scores.
They need to.
And they
Because I don't think that the fact that you're black is what's holding you back. I think your attitude about the fact that you're black is the fucking problem. I know that different people have different experiences. I know that some people have it harder than other people. I know that some people have been through some shit. And I have no doubt that the color of your skin could have constituted some of your formative years into negative experiences. And I believe that that sucks. But here's the thing. Once you become a grown-ass adult, you have to fucking look past your fucking worst days and start taking ownership of what kind of days you want to have tomorrow. Because what you've been through does not necessarily demand that what you're about to go through be this, that, or the other. I think that's your decisions. And when you empower people with accountability, yes, accountability is hard, Kitty. Accountability is embarrassing and sometimes can shame you. But at the end of the day, accountability is a superpower. Because if you're willing to take accountability for the experiences you're about to have, as opposed to the experiences that you have had, it opens up opportunities for you to seek out self-mastery, assume the heavy and fucking burdensome responsibility of personal development, and open the floodgates of potential opportunities. It's scary, it's hard, there is much disappointment waiting for you because you're not gonna fucking be 100% winner every time. Michael Jordan, one of the best NBA players of all time, missed plenty of shots before he became king shit of fuck mountain. And the only reason why he's a household name today is because he saw those fucking missed shots, acknowledged that they happened, and then spent ungodly hours of practice making sure that they weren't a habit. He was on his grind. Being black might have sucked for you in your time. Maybe you were in a community where that mattered. No, I'm talking about affirmative action and this type of fucking shit where like we delineate based. Here's the thing. Black or white.
Now because of LGBTQ, you don't have to answer those questions anymore. I mean,
Which is worse, actually. So look,
why?
look.
Why is that worse?
Are you familiar with the
I
phrase?
just have to put my name on my stuff now.
Are
I
you-
have to actually say what I am, who I am, where I'm from.
Right. Are you familiar with hyphenated American as a term?
Yes.
That is a fucking mistake.
Well,
So is LGBT classifications because here's the thing.
that was
Your sexual identity
That
or
was
your
not-
gender identity or your
Yeah,
racial
that was
identity.
not a thing until the end of the 90s into the early 2000s.
Coming back into race reawakening. I call it fucking re-racialization is what I call it. Your sexual identity, your gender identity,
It's social media.
your race identity do not diminish the fact that you are either American or you aren't. If your grandparents were born and raised in America, you're not anything American, you're just American. You might have heritage in Cuba or Mexico or Africa. You might have heritage in Germany. But if for 2 or more generations you've been American, you're not that American. You're not German American.
Well, they started
Cuban
doing
American.
that.
You're
They
just
started
American.
doing that because we like Americans are notoriously bad tourists. So if you go,
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, God.
I understand that we are. I've seen that play out overseas, and I understand what you're saying. I hear
So
you.
in order to reduce the amount of hate you get overseas,
Abroad.
right?
But they're using that here. They're hyphenating at home. That's bullshit. Here's some things about Americans. We speak English here.
Here's some things
Spanish
about,
is not a native language to Americans.
here's some things about Americans.
No, the fuck it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, the fuck it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, the fuck it's not.
Yes, the fuck it is.
They have spoken Spanish here, but once Americans bought that fucking land from Spain, the native language of America is English.
Officially, there is no native
There is
language.
no-
There is a native language, and it is fucking English.
Not
It's not law.
officially.
It's not law.
That's
It's
what
not
they,
law.
I agree.
we should have fucking. That should have been. This 19th Amendment shit. We don't need democracy.
Slime, you're getting awfully red there, bro.
We don't need democracy. Most people who vote doesn't deserve to vote. I don't deserve to vote. I don't think you. She might deserve to vote because she actually does to her own. But if you're not fucking issue literate, I don't know anything about what you study with your time.
You don't exist.
I would argue that she's probably the only person in the room that should have a vote just because she actually does her homework before she fucking puts in her ballot. So I would actually forfeit my vote to repeal the 19th
Why
because
don't you just let me have your vote? I'll tell you what to do to vote, and then you can vote for us.
now at one time it was like one household, one vote. And we are one household.
Feel the right for women to vote. He doesn't feel like
That's not to say that
He's saying
women.
that we need to vote whenever our men vote. So
Yes.
we need to be subjugated to the man of the
I
house.
didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
I
did.
clarified this, by the way.
Well, there's a reason we live longer than these idiots. So I'm just saying, either our dad needs to vote for us.
Because
our
if you
brothers
did
need to
what I
vote
did,
for
you'd be
us,
dead
our
already. And you
husbands-
don't, and so I died
Our
first.
husbands need to vote for us. Our sons need to
I
vote
didn't
for us.
say that.
Well, we do manual labor and shit, but I've done more than my fair share. Women do not need the right to vote.
I said that women don't deserve to vote just because they're women.
Deserve to vote.
Just
Oh, I'm
because
sorry,
they're
you're
women.
right. We don't. It's not that we don't need to vote.
Voting is not an entitlement.
We don't deserve to vote.
Voting is not an entitlement. What makes a
That
person.
makes it worse. You know that, right? Right. Feminists don't deserve to vote.
Nobody deserves to vote. That's not a woman thing. It's everybody. A person does not get the like. You don't
But
have a
you're not
God-given
trying to-
right to
you're
vote.
not trying to repeal your own rights to vote.
Yes, I technically would in that event. I fucking dude. We had this discussion. I explained all this. We need to repeal the 19th Amendment because general democracy is a bad system.
So the 19th Amendment is the right for women to vote.
But we need to repeal more than just the 19th Amendment. But yes, the 19th itself, sure, repeal it. But that's not all. We can't stop there. We got to repeal a lot of other shit too. Because the right of the individual is not fucking the best way to fucking create a society that is good. The granular unit of society is not the individual, it's the family. So you should choose a family member that is most educated
Okay,
amongst
so
that family
please-
to vote for the
please
whole
enlighten
family.
us. Who's the head of the family?
That is up for the family to decide.
Bullshit. That's not what you told me the other night.
Well,
Who's the
generally,
head of the family?
generally it would be the husband. Generally it would be the husband
Okay.
and the father.
So again,
But there are instances where the woman would be better suited for that role.
yeah, I'm gonna say this from what I've seen. Most women are the ones responsible for maintaining the household and making sure bills are paid and making sure money is allocated correctly. So therefore, the man may be like, "Oh, I'm the like guard dog of the house," but you're not.
Not necessarily only that, though. I mean, to be fair, who's also going out and earning the money in a single household at fucking income?
Okay, show me one single income household that you know nowadays.
Nowadays. We're talking
Or even
about
10 years ago.
we're talking about up till 5 minutes ago in human history.
Well, 5 minutes ago in human history, everyone was struggling with 2 jobs themselves and still not. And most of the people who can afford
You know what I
to
mean.
have a single
We've been around
income-
for thousands
most
of years.
people that can afford to have a single income household are actively participating in the government system.
Well, thank feminism for that.
What do you talk about? Single income household. Talking about the man the woman don't do shit.
She does do shit. That's bullshit. She had done plenty.
Doesn't do shit outside the home to earn income for the household.
Okay.
Why do you try to clarify that?
I needed that clarification because I wasn't understanding what you were saying. But
Okay.
please continue your point.
Okay, so in that kind of household, that husband is already participating in the government of his community.
Okay.
And that woman is also participating in the governing of that community.
As a family, of course, they both are. Yes.
And you don't think she votes. And you don't think he wants her to vote. Because for him, that's 2 votes.
At one time, it would have been the whole household votes as one.
Now their household gets 2 votes.
I don't think
Because
that's a
they
good
actually
system.
participate.
I don't think that's a good system.
You know what? It's good for them.
It's
So
not.
they continue.
It's not. Because every time the fucking people get their way, they lament it and then want to fucking have a recall vote for the person they all elected. The mob never fucking knows what it wants.
You can participate in the government of your community without voting, particularly on like federal level voting.
I didn't say federal. We're talking community. The mob never knows what it wants. The only thing it knows is that once it gets what it thinks it wants, it didn't want it in the first place. That's what the mob finds out every time. Every
We're
time.
not talking about the mob.
But that's what the fucking that's what democracy is. It's mob
We're
rule.
talking about the people who have the right to vote in your schema. The people that have the right to vote in your schema are the heads of their single income households.
I would look. I would say that my schema involves weighted votes. So one family would have.
No, you can't do that.
I can. It's my fucking schema.
Oh, okay. Let me listen to your schema.
So like, look, a family has weight, an individual doesn't. Because if an individual doesn't have skin in the game, whether you're a single man or a single woman, you haven't put it together. So obviously, you don't have the means to get your own life in order. Why should you dictate how Kitty fucking goes? Look, Michael Mouse. Have you heard of the dude? So his fucking quote is, "My personal rights and the way that I conduct my life is not up for discussion." So when you vote, you're basically impacting him. And you've never met this dude before, and basically you're saying by consequence of what you vote for, he should have to fucking abide by that outcome.
And you should not be allowed items on the ballot that are affecting your personal lifestyle.
Well,
Items on the ballot should be things that have rule over common spaces.
I would agree with that, but here's the thing.
When we talk about common spaces, we're talking about common access to resources that are like water, sewage, and so on and so forth.
Generally shared, fucking mutually fucking beneficial and detrimental. Yeah.
That's what community
I would
is.
agree with that.
But when you start trying to regulate what goes on within a person and what goes on within a person's household, you've overstepped your bounds.
Well, here's the thing, Katie. Suffrage was not a consequence as a result of women fucking lobbyists. It was a consequence of corporate lobbyists who saw the benefit of cheap factory labor. Most women, when asked on suffrage, fucking didn't want anything to do with it. Susan B. Anthony herself declared that the fucking vote for suffrage should not be a vote that women participated in. So she wanted the women's right to vote. She didn't want the women's right to vote for the women's right to vote. Because most women, when polled on it, had no support for it because they foresaw the consequences that would transpire, including increased obligation and responsibility upon women, which prior did not exist. It put women on the spot and fucking demanded more of them than they'd ever been demanded in the past. And obligation and responsibility do not necessarily always gel with an increased onus upon a given fucking group.
I'm gonna have to research that because I think that you got that twisted.
Women didn't win women the right to vote. Corporate lobbyists won women the right to vote because they wanted women as
Again, I think I'm gonna have to check whatever you read or listened to that gave you that information. I don't think that that's a researched and well thought out conclusion.
Well, it wasn't popular among women. Suffrage was not popular among
Where is your evidence of that? What is the source of your information? Did you actually research what you're talking about, or are you repeating what was on a podcast?
I can pull it up.
Was it on a podcast or was it research?
Both. But I would have to pull it all up. conclusion. This is the thing.
I disagree with that.
Women didn't want it.
No, because there's too many instances and historical documents of women losing the right to their property, their possession.
Women were always allowed to have property.
No, they weren't.
Not everywhere, but generally, the woman having property was not alien before it was accepted.
No, because if you had children that were male, they got the property upon your husband's death. And it was up to their good graces as to whether or not you were allowed to continue to stay there until you died.
Women were never fucking, generally speaking, in history, unilaterally denied property. Unless you go to something like Islam or something extreme.
There's too many cases of women losing everything when their husband died because they don't have any rights.
Salacious. Just is.
No, that's why so many women marry into the family members. So if there was a brother that could take you, or a cousin that could take you, or somebody else that could take you on as their new wife, that's why women remarried so quickly after a husband's passing. Because they had no rights of their own.
There are less individual cultures where women themselves were treated as property than there were individual cultures where women were denied their property access. Denied. What about George Washington?
What about it?
You want to know the biggest argument between him and his wife?
What?
She inherited slaves and he wanted her to fucking free and she refused to and he had no right to demand it of her because slaves were property. She had the right to property.
Because it was given to her in a will.
Yes. It was her property. She could free them. And he went for her to fucking free them and she refused.
In which state?
Wherever the fuck they lived at the time.
And that was before America.
No.
It was before America.
No. No.
Yes.
It was post-founding. Because women still had the right to own property. So even though they were married, this was to her in her name. So even though like she was married to him, because she fucking inherited it through a death in the family, he was not entitled to tell her what to do with her property. And so she desired to keep slaves and he didn't. George Washington's wife. White. At the time, white. Not like who he became married to, but she was married to them at the time. She had property, and he had no say over it because women had the right to have property.
Actually, George Washington ended up fucking one of those slaves in Pennsylvania, just so you know.
I don't know if that was hers or his. I don't remember that specifically. Yes, I've heard that story. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm just saying his wife inherited a slave and he wanted her to free, and she told him no. There wasn't fuck all he could do about it. It caused schism in the relationship because that was her property.
And I bet you it comes down to the fact that the original owner wasn't him.
Of course not.
Her
Because
dad.
somebody died for her to inherit them. He was still alive. So obviously.
Right. So it's not really that it was her property.
So
It was
he had
part
no
of
one
the
to property.
estate.
Even her husband back then, even though he was the head of the house,
The
he
estate.
did not tell her that she had to free those slaves.
It was part of the estate. They
He
were
demanded
attached
it,
to
she
the
refused.
estate. The estate comes with regulations and rules. Yes, it was attached to the estate though, not to the person.
And she was the head of the estate, and that's it. So women had the right to property. So suffrage was not some kind of history where all of a sudden women were just granted all this shit. They were just given the right to vote, which ultimately has number one, made them profoundly unhappy as a consequence. But number two,
Who are you talking about? What is your survey? Go out. I dare you to go out and pick 100 random women who vote and ask them if they are unhappy because they have the right to vote.
I didn't specify if it was because of the consequence when they vote. I just said generally, happy or unhappy. Obviously, this
But
political
generally, people are
off the street is really happy. Generally speaking today, just generally, not about anything particular, how happy are you? Let's Because there have been polls.
Oh, really? Where are these polls? People are unhappier.
What women is what we're talking about. Don't what about the men then? Let's focus on the women.
I'm not. What? You know what? Just because two things correlate doesn't mean that there's causation.
I agree.
So their ability to vote doesn't make them less happy.
Start defending.
You know what? Dealing with stupid shit makes them less happy.
Yes.
And having to even have this conversation with their partner makes them unhappy.
Oh my god. Now you're making it personal.
I am. Because you want me to not have a right to vote.
I want a lot of people not to have rights to vote.
You want me to be more happy.
That's
To
not
be
even what I said.
happier.
No, no, you can't have that. No, you can't have that. No, you don't need to have that because what did I say when you were sitting right there? I would say that you, of all the people in the room, are the only one that probably deserves the right to vote among me, Rob, Melissa, and fucking you, because you're the only one that doesn't have homework to fucking warrant.
I know. At least I have. I
Not because you're a woman, but because you study the issues.
because I treat it as a,
Identity is not grounds for rights.
because I treat my right to vote as a privilege.
Because it is. It's like right common sense.
Oh my god.
And the vote, by the way, the right to vote in America is a negative right.
It is not.
Yes,
No, it's not.
because the wording is that the government has no right to deny you the access to a vote. It's not to say that they grant you the right to vote, it's that they refuse to deny you access to the vote. So it's a negative right. All your rights in America are negative rights. Shall not be infringed is a negative right. So it's not the government gives you anything, they just acknowledge they have no right to take it from you. Positive right is that we're going to give it to you.
So are you
You're not
arguing
arbitrarily.
semantics with me at this point?
It's not semantics.
It is semantics.
It's very pertinent.
Whether it's worded positively or negatively, it's still
It's not
means
worded, it's acknowledged as a negative right.
Who acknowledges it?
The Constitution. And everybody who abides it, it's a negative right. So it's not
What do you
granting you
mean
the
by
freedom of speech.
negative right?
It says you have freedom of speech, and the government shall not infringe upon your capacity to express or
It's acknowledging that you have the right.
They're
I have the
acknowledging
right to have a say so in what goes on in my community.
they're acknowledging that they won't take away the right.
Fan fucking
There's a big difference.
It's not.
Big difference.
No, there isn't. No,
This is big.
there is not.
This is pretty big difference. It's a big difference.
So basically, it's not that you have the right to eat the lasagna. It's just that I'm not going to infringe upon your right to eat the lasagna. Meaning I'm not going to take it and throw it in the trash and keep you from eating it.
Exactly. You won't exert your power to take away someone's capacity to do as they will. You're not giving me the capacity to do as I want. It's inherent. Exactly.
Right to vote is inherent. So why would you want to take that away from her?
Because it's not based upon the fact that she's a female.
No, it should never have been based upon the fact that she was a female.
That's what the 19th Amendment does.
Because it previously, without putting in that specific wording, intellectual men such as yourself did impede upon a woman's right to
Upon most people's rights to vote, to be fair. It wouldn't be gender fucking or sex fucking oriented. It wouldn't be like, oh, you can't vote because you're a woman. It'd be more like,
what it was.
but no.
Yes, it was. Women sometimes dressed up like men in order to be able to vote.
After the 19th,
Some women impersonated their dead husbands in order to be allowed to vote. Did you know that?
Amendment was less about women having the right to vote and more about prioritizing
wasn't.
It was.
No, it was not.
It was. I think the language leads in that direction.
No, it does not.
I feel it does.
You can feel whatever you want to feel,
Well, here's
but
why.
that doesn't make it true.
Here's why I say that. When you look at someone's identity as fucking source of their authority,
But it's not identity
you've already
politics.
lost. It is.
It's not identity politics.
And
It's
sex-based.
only because they had to put it there.
Well, now you're making sex-based fucking constitutionality.
They had to put it there in order to prevent people in power from impeding upon some of these right to have a say in their own government.
Because before that, individual voting wasn't really ultimately a thing, nor was it
Yes, it was.
desirable. It was not.
Yes, it was.
It was
People
state.
have been dropping ballots since the beginning of the idea of the
No.
system.
Prior to the 19th, the vote was more based upon state than the fact that you're an individual. It was state fucking ordinance. It was state in the country that fucking dictated power and their capacity to determine how the masses should fucking govern themselves under the rules of the individual. Did. Yeah.
By state, do you mean property owners?
Not
Okay,
entirely.
so the majority of property owners what? And not all property owners were allowed to vote, because there were, according to you, women property owners, but was she allowed to vote? No, the fuck she wasn't. You just said what? So they impeded her right as a stakeholder to say what she needed to say in her government. Based on what? Based on her what? On her sex. But it's not. But it's not. But these kind of complications happen all along the entirety of the United States. And that's why it had to become,
Democracy was
which is proof that when given an opportunity to be fair, some people choose not to be fair because they have their own ends that they're trying to nip.
let's fucking backpedal.
So let's go ahead and back up to that. Not all stakeholders were allowed to vote based on the gender.
Based on what you just said,
So there's a reason why we needed to have the vote.
based on what you just said, let's back up. But the North and the South is see, it's hard to
It wasn't.
no, South wanted to retire North fucking modified it so that blacks are going out to the vote for their why did the South have to go through slavery?
It wasn't.
Conflict. And the North were allowed to keep slaves up to
It wasn't
15 years.
It wasn't 3/5 of a person for the individual. It's 3/5 of a person on the property so that you could claim those votes for your own vote. It had to do with
So it's beneficial to reduce the black vote to pass it.
Yes.
So there you go. So we've already established the government having sent one office to another, one prevented what their ostensible goal was.
But that was because they were talking about property. So certain votes in the Senate and the Congress were based on the amount of property that you have. So the 3/5 vote was based on the number of constituents or number of representatives that you had in Congress and in the Senate.
So
It had
why
nothing to do with actual votes. It had to do with census.
so why
So 3/5, it has to do with census stats, not with the actual vote. Those people still didn't have the right to vote. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're talking about census.
so the
No. It's not a vote. It's a census.
so why is this okay, so let's use that then.
It's a census stat.
How does change that claim of the vote versus census change the reality that it's black and white and black?
There's the reason why that you got.
No, it didn't.
Yes, you're right. The census status was
Oh my
for
God.
the
I
electoral
can't.
votes of the state.
So now black citizens in that state have
Not citizens. Listen to what you're saying. Okay, so stop and listen to what I'm saying. Okay. human in a given area to deciding how many representatives you're going to have at the state level for Senate and at the state level, not the, at the federal level for Senate, the federal level for Congress, and to determine the electoral vote, the electoral college. So if I go into New York City, I count every person. Okay?
Yes.
I go down to Atlanta. If I were to count every white person, there's not a whole lot of people. But if you count every human, then there's going to be a whole lot of bunch of people. So we're going to, we're the South wants everybody to count because there's more population in the South if you count everybody. I want you to count everybody. So because they said they're not actual people, they're property. Once the people in the North are actual people because they're citizens doing citizen work. Even though the majority of people in the North are indentured.
Now, wasn't it true at the time when we heard that the black was a citizen?
No.
I'm pretty sure you're going to try to limit that.
Oh my God. I'm not.
But
They were not. They were considered free. They were considered fucking property. I don't know why I have to keep repeating myself. Look at you. Look at it. Look it up because I know I'm right. You know what? Okay. We should have a debate with someone who doesn't. You're the one that's challenging the statement.
Last I checked, the person saying that the assertion was negative would not apply to fucking prove
Bobby,
negative.
I don't want to have a conversation anymore with you if you're not going to be informed about what you're talking about.
Okay.
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 Because you're making claims based on false information.
Well, if I go and look all this up and the evidence fucking slants in my direction, how would you feel about that? Let's just say.
I would apologize and admit that I was wrong and made an error. And then we could continue the discussion from there if you still wanted to.
Well, if you want to give me a point by point fucking insistence,
No.
I will do my homework and fucking get back to you later.
No, okay. You know what? Just stop. It's a different topic. Teach me the same. Where's Jamie?
It doesn't matter how you word it. It either is or it isn't. It could be totally wrong. It could be 200% wrong. It's very possible that I could be fucking talking out my ass right now and be wrong about every point that I just made. But the very fact that there's double standards where a font I can be beat on, but can't be, illustrates why it is that the dialogue isn't in better health for modernity. And why the discussion doesn't carry forward and reason does not prevail. In this types of discussion. worst part, the most biggest damage done by feminism was not to men. It absolved us of a host of responsibilities that we carried before it became prominent, or before it came into prominence. It should be the word. I mean, did it fuck us? Yes, but it didn't fuck us the most. We didn't get fucked by feminism. Women got fucked by feminism. But it should be clarified that it fucked everybody. Tupperware all the lasagna. It's in the fridge.
And back we go. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. I went away for a long while. I've been having some bathroom issues today. Got into a lively discussion with my partner, and I lost track of time. We kind of got into an argument towards the end there. I still found it to be an enriching discussion and found it to be worth having. I do have regrets for some of my approaches on my points that I made, but I don't consider my side of the argument to be fundamentally wrong. I just know for a fact that I handled it terribly and would have carried my points forward far more constructively and less confrontationally, and I didn't do that. Whoopsie daisy, life's a learning experience. I will suffer for this later, I have no doubt. From the Stoic perspective, however, it could be said that these types of learning experiences are a net positive for men because the hardship that we endure as a result of our choices only enhance our handling of future altercations and conflict. And so, like a movie that I can't remember the name of, when my girlfriend gives me my licks later that I duly deserve for upsetting her, I should thank her and ask for more. It's going to make me a better person as a result. Let's go over here and kick the shit out of some Raiders. Let's say that you're a fan of horse racing. You like to watch them run the circuit. There's a lot of excitement, the thundering of hooves, and the little jockeys beating the shit out of these poor animals as they run the same track week after week. That's your jam. You love horse races. You have a favorite. There have been days where your favorite has won you money and infamy in the trade hub, whereas people get resentful that, you were brought the prize of the day, and there's other times where your favorite has fuxticated you and cost you money because you always bet on this horse. It's your favorite. But nonetheless, whether it gains you or loses your money, you're fond of this animal. You're a creature of habit, and so you always wager upon it. You don't want, and indeed will vehemently reject an outcome whereupon your favored animal, upon which you often, if not always, wager, is found to be tainted by way of some underhanded trickery, such as doping or weight games, or one of those type of affairs where like it's found out that underhandedness has been playing out, and any future support of this team, jockey and horse, is treated by your contemporaries as tacit support of falsification and poor gamesmanship. You might not want to let go of your support for this horse and or its jockey. Like, these are like, you've always wagered for them. I mean, sometimes they lose you money, sometimes they make you money, but they're your jam, Like, we could modernize and go for football, you're always about the Minnesota Vikings. You find out half the teams on steroids and performance enhancing drugs, but even though that's true and you're not saying that it's right that they were doing that, they might be clearly in the wrong, but nonetheless, that's your team. You will not tolerate the besmirchment of your team, and you will not just turncoat overnight and just start whoever the hell their rivals are. You're not just going to switch over to supporting them because you were in the wrong because your team was found to be cheating. So you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, a cock and a hard place, some people might say. You're going to have very strong feelings about clinging fast to the loyalty to the things that, again, we're all creatures of habit. That's your team. Your favorite horse, your favorite football team. And you got evidence that irrefutably proves that, you've been basically supporting cheaters. Well, you might not arbitrarily keep supporting a cheater. Like, that'd be silly for you to say that, like, I just refuse to acknowledge reality. Of course you acknowledge reality. Nonetheless, you have a lot of fond memories. You've cheered for them all the way, and maybe they get rid of half the team to try to clean shit up, and they get new team players in there, right? Like, okay, well, we've been really dropping the ball here, so we fired the coach that let this happen. We got new players in that aren't, shooting roids, and we're gonna tighten up this organization and bring honor back to the team. You're like, all right, well, even if you didn't do that, I had you guys' back, as principle, but it's even better that you're trying to do better. That's great. You're gonna hang tough. You're loyal, and there's no condemnation for being loyal. That's amazing that you have that conviction. But sometimes what we cheer for is tainted. Do you have the character to acknowledge that your team was playing poorly or, engaging in bad sportsmanship? Do you have the courage to acknowledge that your winnings might not be 100% legitimate? If you vote for a horse on steroids, with your money, like, there's a certain level of personal accountability as a fan, like, yeah, I do like that horse. I do like that football team. But at the end of the day, they were sussed out to be kind of a little bit hinky, a little underhanded. There were some shenanigans. Does that make you any less for acknowledging that reality? I would say no. You're not less for acknowledging the reality that perhaps who you were in cahoots with might have had some personal flaws playing out. Well, we could rotate this a little bit. We could finger the block in the dark room and realize that we could be talking about any number of things, not just horses and football teams, but ideologies as well. In society, we do have a group that is more prone to acknowledge when it's wrong, and we do have a group that is more prone to not acknowledging when it's wrong, even when it's caught with its hand in the cookie jar. And it happens that the line delineating these two parties may not be caused by, but directly correlates with genitalia. I have to be delicate about how I word these things. I do have more than one person that tunes in for these podcasts. I have about 3 people, 2 people, 1 person. I don't know. But I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm not trying to be a ham-fisted ogre. And I'm not trying to just arbitrarily dismiss a person because of these noted correlates of genitalia and ideology. But we have to acknowledge that they're there, that they are happening, and they do exist. Because if we can't do that, we're in deep doo-doo. And so it is that I present to you that there are some things that need to be discussed, that everybody has a terrible time discussing. And because everybody has a terrible time discussing them, they don't get discussed enough. They're not seen through to their logical conclusion, and we don't follow these things through. And we can't ultimately learn from them, modify society in regards to the outcome of the discussions of them, or grow as a consequence of understanding the realities surrounding them, because it's too uncomfortable to talk about them. Stoicism is something that, by and large, is almost exclusively a male phenomenon. It's not because women aren't capable of stoicism. I mean, there's many women who engage in stoicism, but it's not something that they consider, how would you say, friendly confines. It's something alien and almost considered arbitrarily as a betrayal of the sex, if you will. What are we doing? There we go. Onward and outward. I would hope, if anything, for future generations that we come to a place where we can, in good faith, develop a little more courage, a little more resilience and thick skin to the possibility that just because men are more capable of taking the L doesn't mean that it's expected that they should always just be arbitrarily losers in a given debate on their maleness as the principal deciding factor as to why they're wrong. But that's a tall order, and I don't know that in my lifetime it'll ever be accepted that it's okay to call things out and ask questions. And that's a shame. I think it weakens everybody. I think it weakens the community itself. And I think as long as we give a hall pass exempting from accountability an entire segment of that community, we're not going to have positive outcomes for the people who aren't exempt from accountability, but rather everybody suffers from that one faction not having accountability. And the hall passes are handed out pretty wantonly, by the way. I would say that something like less than a third of people are among the minority who actually don't get that hall pass. And it would seem that the more you contribute, the more you bring to the table, the less you're exempted from. And I honestly wouldn't have that any other way, because it does sharpen this, it sharpens the edge, but it leaves you with the vast majority of your community essentially making sport out of heaping the burden on the strongest back for no other reason than finding out what it actually takes to break that back, to the benefit of no one. You got the one guy on the street that's willing to help you move that helps the old lady, cut her grass, that goes over to the house where the son died in war and helping them yield their crops, and you're going to flog this man. And somehow or another, the lot of you are going to be better off for beating the shit out of the guy you should be rewarding. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And indelibly is the tendency to extol the virtue of this practice and to rapidly defend against accountability any who engage in that practice. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Please don't speak against it, because you'll be the next to get your flogging. It's not good times. It's not good times for you, the victim in the present, but it's also not good times for society who's making a victim out of the person who's reducing victimhood in the future. Can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up. And you gotta use about 80-pound bag of salt with my opinion, because here I am, just a brain damaged dipshit. He talks to me in game, doesn't he? Again, tilde key, Tango, Goff, Michael, enter tilde. And what is he going to do about that? Well, what can he do about that? I'm not ashamed I'm doing this. I wouldn't be playing God mode if it wasn't for the fact I'm overburdened and I killed the only merchant in this area. I didn't kill the only merchant in this area because I'm an asshole. It's more the case that she hired hitmen to have me killed, and I found a note on the bodies of the hitmen that she sent to have me killed that she was the one that ordered them, and so of course she had to die. There's consequences, you know? If you strike someone, should they not strike you back? Can we be realistic about that? Can there not be cause and effect as the bedrock foundation of any given set of values in any community, anywhere at all? Do you not have the right to defend yourself? Well, I guess it depends on who you ask. That's what I learned today. But it was a lesson that I already knew, so it was more of a remedial lesson than an actual lesson. I'm going to steal all their sweet rolls. Why are they have an urn of sweet rolls in the corner of the room. Well, I guess that just makes my day, doesn't it? The irony, of course, becomes that now I want physical sweet rolls after stealing sweet rolls in a video game, and it just so comes to pass that at some point before I go to bed tonight, I have to go to a store and refill our water jugs for the house, and that's going to put me in a prime position to, you guessed it, purchase sweet rolls. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. Because again, cause and effect are not a relationship that you can render mutually exclusive or put a stop to. I say words. Okay. You heard the man. Today we're drinking Busch Light, by the way. Bush Light does not necessarily share or endorse any views or opinions expressed upon my podcast, and I do not endorse nor share any opinions or beliefs that is espoused by Anheuser-Busch and their company. I'm not sponsored by them. They do not sponsor me. I do not sponsor them, nor are they sponsored by me. I endorse the product of Busch Light as a smooth, easy drinking light beer that makes an excellent compromise between alcohol content and calories. And there's a little bit of flavor in there as well. It's definitely tastes less like piss than Busch or Bud Light, rather. Sorry for the slip of the tongue. And you have to make a choice between a very cheap beer. You could do a lot worse than Busch Light. Remember, Busch Beer, formerly known as a Bavarian Lager, was the first mass-produced beer in American history that guaranteed that any bottle opened would taste more or less the same regardless of where you purchased it. Prior to that, all other breweries produced what essentially were microbrews. So Samuel Adams, Yuengling, some of the older breweries generated such small quantities that individual barrels could vary in quality between barrel and barrel, or keg and keg, if you will. Busch, the first uniform flavor in beer available on the continent of America. You first. I don't even know how many I just killed. Why is the gate not opening? Is there some kind of a lever that I can pull, maybe? What the fuck? I suppose there is indeed some kind of lever. I don't know. So I think how we're going to handle this today is that I'm going to end the podcast at 4, as is my custom, and then I'm going to start an after hours podcast or something of that flavor thereafter. That seems to make the most sense of all my available options. Yes, there is a lever. Of course, there's a lever. Now I have to go back and loot so very many bodies. Student athletes. Slave ownership at all. Where are all the rest of these fucking bodies at? You know, I killed a whole bunch of these bastards. And then we came from up here somewhere. But where? 'Cause I killed a lot of people. Like, we murdered an army to get to the front gates, and now I can't find any bodies. That's very strange. They started despawning them or something. I don't know. No, there's evidence of a fight here, but yet there's no bodies. You see that, right? Moral Teflon. Mm. Mm. You speak English, maybe I understand you. They're the same. They're the same. Necromancers are necromancers. Don't let them fool you. Mm. Because I can't. Stab you in the eye with a hot French fry. Stab you in the eye with a hot French fry. Cause you to upchuck with some rancid ketchup. Turn you into a spurger with a vegan hamburger.
All right, Eric. Finish. Replying to fucking them.
Sister, you fucking bastard. Oh, you misgender me.
Donate to this.
She wants to be heavy enough to get plasma. All we gotta do is feed her a shitload of rice, pasta, and rice and pasta. And pasta rice and beans. Uh, and Tower of Piss. The Tower of Piss. To the Tower of Piss. I gotta pee again.
To the Tower of Piss. Thank you for not like self-detonating over it.
What?
Thank you for not like self-detonating over it.
What do you
I don't know. Sounded cool when I said it. That's basically my logic for a lot of the things I say. You're like, what's your basis? It sounded cool when I said it. Exactly what you think, man.
That's good.
Swore that he would.
What?
A fool that he is.
What's wrong with you? What do what?
Refill the job. Soon.
I thought I turned on.
Get some more fruit for soon, which is out of my definitely take a bunch of fresh sweeteners. those smoke points. You have to be mindful. It's good for cast iron. Where's my sister?
Huh? She's right there. You just knocked on the door and flipped her off.
No, I flipped off Rob. It's seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so very much for not watching my podcast. I appreciate it all, none of you that actually showed up to watch this. I couldn't do it without you, except for I did it without you. And so while you didn't watch, I still streamed it, and I can't help but thank you enough for, I don't know. Good for you. I will see you again next Sunday. I hope you have an amazing week. And for those of you who actually did stop by, I think I had a couple of visitors actually. It's been groovy. Remember that however your day turned out, tomorrow is another one and another one after that. And a lot of your days will be shitty and some of them will be good. There are no promises. There are no entitlements or rights. You live until you don't. And so make the most out of every time you wake up and you're still alive. Until next week.